Hello, good people of the internet. Oh, my earrings about to fall out. I don't actually wear these in public. These are just so, because all I wear is hangers now. So these are just so my ear holes don't get deformed. Hello guys, what's up? How's everybody doing? Okay, that was pretty cringe. Anyway, I hope everyone had a good weekend. We're just gonna play a little Final Fantasy today. Maybe my friend hits me up later. We'll play some roadside research. I've been playing a little bit off stream because I don't have anyone watching or following along, so I might as well. I don't plan on making any long form content, at least for the MSQs. So we helped the Watcher. We're getting rid of the old souls, all the people from Emerald. Hethledaeus again, the real one. Just the one Emmett Selk created. We fought Zodiac. They brought them back. Then we beat them, and that's what they wanted. And now the end of the final days is initiated. So we're dealing with the fallout for that. Been doing some research. Then we went underneath the moon. We're on the moon, the sea of stars. We went underneath, and there's like these little mouse people we've been helping. So we can get them on our sides to help out a little. And Urange is up to something. We don't know what. But we're all a little suspicious of his activities.
There were those.
So let us get into it. Tell me, speak the truth. I don't like this fucking song. Tell you that. Let's wait for the drop. We'll see if we like it. We'll keep it. We'll keep it, I guess. The drop makes the weird country shit a little worth it. When we might play while we're waiting for shit, I might play One Piece TCG. If we're waiting on any fights or anything. Unfortunately, it doesn't let you play against a computer. Which is rather annoying. Search for Urange at the designated location. I guess we can turn the music off. Tell me, speak the truth. Where you going? Where you going? Urange appears to be heading towards the entrance to the Best Ways Burrow. Yeah, let's follow his ass. wonder if anyone watches these VODs and just thinks I'm a fucking crazy person because I'm not. There's no one watching. I'm just doing this for myself. I'm just doing it for myself, for the love of it, you see. I'm just a silly man. Usually Uranger is he's hiding something. It's for a good reason. Let's just say that. Uranger ventures off into the mad laboratory. For reasons unknown, you must tread carefully as he might sense your presence. They fucking love this shit in this expansion. Follow this person, have him follow you. Don't let him see you. Such a fucking engaging mechanic. Just kidding. It's fucking dumb and it feels like padding. Like, I want to preface before I say this, I'm enjoying this game. But specifically this act kind of reminds me of A Realm Reborn. You like do something for 5 or 10 minutes and then it's 30 minutes of cutscene. And it just feels like you're watching a movie. I'm just waiting till the end where I can actually, it's like that World of Warcraft episode in South Park. It's like, oh, finally we can play the game. I can actually do the shit I want to do. I'm enjoying the story still. Don't judge. Don't judge me. Oh, he's running. You ain't quick enough. You ain't quick enough, boy. What was he up to? What is he up to? He's meeting his gay lover. It's okay, Uranger.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot?
Oh, gosh.
How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Well, you don't. Sometimes there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. Would that we had time to weigh the costs.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed.
What are they saying? No matter. We've got our plans.
The little mouse people we've been working with. The little mouses. The little mouses. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of my own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May I say, for there is no guarantee of success, 'tis the reason I set out alone, that failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with the proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, would thou join me in mine endeavor? Sure, buddy. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from the bestaway burrows. Difficult decisions must need be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loporites, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. An abundance of spungoi. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison, using a spell taught me by the new Moi. I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magitech requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Yes, where would you like me to stand? Uh. Oh, there's more. Another. Any more? Did you finish the incantation? There, 'tis done. A magicked ink, every ounce of as efficacious as that crafted by the Nomoi. Rare as the occasion I would conjure my own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporites will appreciate. Prince Urange, oh thank goodness, I thought you had been eaten, or perhaps fallen into a crater. Ishidol has been looking all over for you, Prince. She said she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Prince alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urange. But worry not, if this so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watch's palace. The best of ways, Burrow is quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy. For we poor Loporites, and we would never be so grateful you could lend us a hand. I guess I should be going then. Phew, good. I mean, yes, very good. Let us not keep you then. She said she would be waiting for you in the Greater Sin's Vale, or somewhere thereabouts. I'm sure you'll find her soon. Worry not, Prince. I shan't be long. I shan't my pants. Seat of Sacrifice Extreme, which I think I've done. No, I have not. They already have 2 tanks, so. Cinder Drift Extreme. Wait, 3 of us, motherfucker. What is it, Ishitola? Oh, Prince, we thought you'd be away for far longer. A dire emergency, I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay long enough for us to hold a conversation. What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice, and no. Well, if it's really that important, you can try using these balls of moose flesh. Mouse flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Away's other notable features is incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but it proves effective. He was here in the Greater Sinsvale when I last saw him. Let us split up and find him. Easy. Hold on. I'm gonna turn the baby cam on. My wife is leaving. As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Highland did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Loperate around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my balls on them. Sorry, couldn't be of more help, but if there's anything else, I've got work to do. And I'm off. We could neither hide nor have him. How did you fare? I shot him right in the butt cheeks. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself the right way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of your Andre? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's Palace with the living away. Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending your Andre a hand. Oh, now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Well, what to do? I promise living way out to help, but I promise to help, so that's what I'll do. Archives on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me! I suspect the Loberets are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned on the final days, I think it's best we play along. For now, at least. Another blue quest. There's multiple blue quests. So many quests! Hey, man. Many thanks to you, my friend's name is Dreamingway. And he should be somewhere nearby. Just follow the lamentatious snuffing. Go pick up this other one. You have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? And I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the Login. So many, many tales, my friend. Yes, and nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault. I thought as much. Yes, because I have plans to survey an Login relic not far from here, the weapons guarding it. However, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going, so are you interested in a little adventure? Always. Much obliged. Now let's be off. No time to waste. And off we go very slowly. Here, have we gone up here? We go this way, that way? Huzzah! There we go. There we go. I like the sound this mount makes when I jump. Very satisfying. It's like we're about to start this trial here. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way enough! You have naught else to tell us of the final days. You need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Theris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We don't you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but the faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so the others must be kept here. And so that's the Living Ways game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Uranger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Theris and her reflections to their doom. Is there a way to avert the final days? I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take the risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Theros will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. These little fucking mouses are gonna try and... Mice are gonna try to fight the Warrior of Light. Get real. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, then they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Oh, you little turkeys. You little turkeys. More? May I have some more, sir? Throwing away, you cheeky son of a bitch. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. There we go, there we go, there we go now. Now we're doing this unsynced. So we shall see if it can be done with a party of 3. Ugh. At 100% positive we can do it with 3 people. Ow. What happened to the fucking other dude? I didn't realize it was just the two of us. Oh god. I'm in the quicksand. Sync help me clear that Shadowbringer's raid for the first time. One of these douchebags left it before we started it, so it's kind of fucked up. The fuck am I going? The heart of the matter. Oh! Wrong way. I shouldn't have jumped down. I think that was a mistake. Fuck! Trying to message my friend here. Alright, our friend posted the party finder again. We'll do it again. Do it again. Want popularity? By viewers. What do you think? Did I miss it? The only thing I'm buying is dick pills. So I stay hard. Another cutscene. Shocker. Oh!
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Better watch your fucking mouth, little mouse.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? What about the final days?
Uh-huh.
The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor
What are you
How
playing,
could we,
Kendrick?
having come to understand your purpose. For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing. We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us. Don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
I don't know, Stuart Little. Ratatouille.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit, and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, Oh, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway?
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no... When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer, the anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labour to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my
But
pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment.
This guy that I'm in the party with, he's fucking in his 40s. Makes me feel good.
For thee.
For thee!
Ink as blue
It'll
as the
make your
waters of
asshole
Etheirus.
pucker.
Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
I have to skip this cutscene, man. Oh, my butthole's glowing. That was the flower. I don't have a healer, so I'm gonna have to dodge these attacks. Do we have a healer? Who revived? Who got revived? Oh, is there a second phase? I didn't realize there was a second phase. I am Nail Van Darnus. Come to purify this forsaken land. Get her. Misclick, misclick. Oh, I got hysteria. Almost got it. It's doable, but more difficult. With the Luberets and Urange's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now we face their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alfie and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Babil! We picked up all the quests we need while we're here. I'll come back and do them later, man. Let's get back on Earth, man. It's exhausting being up here in this fucking rock. We still got room. We still got room. Exit to the Nether Gate. gods, I can scarcely believe we went through the moon and back, but we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where, what manner of the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed that we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Cruising along. Cruising along. You know we're cruising, baby. Much easier. A couple extra people here. Now we must wait for the cutscene. Living Remastered on sale. Yeah, I love that sound, the squelching. I love the squelching. You one sticky bitch. Huzzah! Back to this depressing ass area of Garlemald. Easy. Easy peasy. A lot of goo. A lot of goo. Yeah, I'm about to leave this FC. The founder's the only one that's fucking nice to me. Everyone else is fucking kind of dicks. Other than maybe there's two of them, but no one invites me to anything. Everyone's fucking kind of a dick. Hello. What's up? Did you text me or something? Did you text me or something? It's all good to see you again. Good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, but believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Galamad in our absence? We've succeeded in subduing the Tippet inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of the tempering. Will all the Tippet be relocated? Not all know we have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their parents have recovered. But you're not supposed to say his name, ding dong. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alfie and Alisaie's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Galamald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it'll take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. And he's doing fine. Just sleeping. Sleeping. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thanavar. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction on the magics needed to cure temporary. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled with the mother proxy affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for our ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of the temple has been completed. Lucy and I will remain along with the small force to continue offering aid to those here in Galamalt. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here, so what of the moon and the Televeroi? The final days, gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. Will you also release your fellow Scions from the present duties that they may return to Charlene? Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Cry, although still on the mend, has been moved to the Badessian Annex and given into Tataro's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way, then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Galamalt. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. It seems like a good option. Not that it matters. I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to the deaths. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and his continued use serves only to hinder his relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos, Viator, Galvus, outcast and enemy of Galamald. And Daniel is no more. Now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not, but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray your safe passage back to Sarlayan. Oh, we got a instance. We got a duty. Hey, you, my wife. I have a question. Simi, oh my God. Hello, hello, hello. Let's go, let's go. Looks like all our buddies are ready to go. There's a husband and wife joining us. It's always a pleasure to see. 42. It gives me hope that there's a 42-year-old playing this game because I don't know. I'll see myself playing games until the day I die. And the nursing home, I'll be. I don't know what I'll be playing then. Who knows where the industry's going to go, but I'll be playing something. And I'll still have my N64. I'll have that hooked up right in the TV. Can we do diamond weapon? He wants to do diamond, but I've done that. I've done that too many times.
Good luck going after our fans. We have a Huntrix meal at McDonald's.
They had these banquet mega balls for like 16 to 20 grams of protein each. Big sale, so I got a bunch of their flavors like chicken bacon Alfredo, Mike's honey hot chicken mac and cheese, Nashville hot honey chicken recipe, buffalo chicken mac and cheese dynamite penne with meatballs. Sounds truly delicious. Stop saying his name. You're all on this shit about not saying his name. And he's fine. I don't know. Just sleeping. No. No, he never woke up. It's a good group. We're having a lot of fun with each other. Probably have to do this fucking 5 more times before the mount drops again. Ruby chakrams. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Press the button one too many times. Oh. This is one of the bowls. Anything with fried chicken is probably the coating was soggy. It's all right. Protein is protein, man. Activating Oversoul. Just ate one of the bowls, is what you're saying? Summary! Be right back. I gotta pee because I'm an old man. What time is it? I can't play like I want to play something else. I want to play it all. So little time, so many games. Hold on, let me tune into this guy real quick.
My bad. What's up, y'all? Sass, Cal, welcome in. Red, congrats on first. Barrett,
Hello, your computer
Riot,
has virus.
John, Papa Curse, what's going on, y'all? Welcome in. SCG, welcome in. Papa Curse, I didn't even know this had multiplayer. I was speaking of old multiplayer games, I was looking at a video today of like BioShock 2 multiplayer, and I forgot that existed too. And I did play it. I just forgot that like that was a thing. There's some wild multiplayer games back when, huh? Don't talk to me, you lied. No, we said it at the end. We said it at the end. We said it at the end. Muppet peer pressured me, and I bought it on the spot. I'm gonna crash stream really quick, okay?
Just stopped in and said hello. To a guy I've been watching. Should we do more quests? I don't really feel like it. Let's unlock this little Gwibey boy here. Let's check him out. Let's check him out. The diamond one's fucking sick. Oh. Ruby Guaiba. Yeah, it's about what I was expecting. Diamond one's cool. I'm sure they're all kind of pretty cool. Might as well just do this. Why we're over here. As well turn this motherfucker in right here too. Got your ice cream, the Halo top. Scusi. Scusi. Where's this fucking quest? Oh, it's not even over here. Gotta head back home here. Ooh, another quest to pick up. Let's pick that up. Gotta get them all. Gotta get them all. An easy one, too. See what it unlocks here. Associate guildship marked bills are now available. Boom, level 87, baby! Making our way to the top. The tippity top of the mountain. Do this next quest, and then maybe we'll move on. No party finder things I'd like to do. Kryl, how have you been? Welcome back, Prince. We're so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Hagrid called to me that day when you entered the tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate. I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came afterwards felt like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh. For it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Felt like we made some good progress today on the MSQs. Let me check where we're at. Probably only 1,000 more to go. 1,000 more to go. It's called Returning Home. Return to the Crusterium. Returning home. Yeah, like 10, 30, 50. 56, not bad. In the main story, not the post-patch. Post-patch is another bunch of shit. It's like we get another trial, another dungeon. 2 more dungeons. So that's good. That's good. We'll wait for our comrades. Oh, yeah. Hold on. A drop some. A drop. Oh. Oh. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Uranger be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Prince can explain way better than I. Explain why better than I. Final days, Oz, be fair, Lamarot. And we are to escape via the moon. What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. The celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the cause in the time of Amarot. The solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot, be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days. A feat which even the Amoretines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of Amaretine's creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum then. Having worked with the labyrinths in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, I have urgent news. The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is father up to now? There's only one way to find out. Daddy wasn't there. Take me to the fair. Change my underwear. No, daddy wasn't there.
Order, order, I say.
Order, order, I say.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether.
So now they're getting involved.
For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties.
Oh.
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
What enchantment was that?
Very well. 270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work,
The Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Yeah, we'll wait, buddy.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences
including people on other
teach
stars.
Fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
He's proud. That's a proud papa. He's just got to play it cool in front of his colleagues.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Called it!
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plan...
As if I ever would.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I agree.
Sorry, got distracted.
Shall we then? To the annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
They're doing an alpha escape. B2. Oh, I've already done it. Oh, wait. Let's see if there's a mount to unlock. Model O mount. Or you can alphascape frames you can use. They want me to watch a video. Mr. Happy Guide Alpha Escape to
Don't let your vacation rental and its pool be invisible. Get seen, get booked on Booking.com.
Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
One more, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to the visual guide for AlphaScape version 2.0 Savage, also known as O10S. This is the second Savage raid encounter made available by patch 4.4 in Final Fantasy XIV Prelude and Violet. Since we're coming up on the tail end of the expansion, this may not come as a shock to you, but this boss has quite the fiery disposition, and maintaining ice cold focus here is your immortal key to victory. My name is Miztech and I'll be your raid guide. Similar to normal mode, players will need to recognize and react to specific boss movement tells that allow players to pre-position for the incoming attacks. On Savage mode, there is one new combo to learn. To recap, if the boss starts with a spin, followed by another spin, players will need to move out of melee range to avoid the point-blank AoE. If the boss spins, but then follows it up with a flip, players will need to move inside his hitbox to avoid the room-wide donut AoE. If the boss begins with a flip, and then follows it up with another flip, players will have to move into the corners to avoid the cross-shaped AoE. The new combo to look out for begins with a flip, followed by a spin. This will cause a massive X-shaped AoE to cover the platform. The only safe zones for this attack are at the edges of the platform on the cardinal points. Since various mechanics will be happening in conjunction with these movement tells, we assign specific safe zones to specific players, especially for the two flip combinations. This ensures that each player will have enough room to handle any overlapping AoE mechanics that may occur at the same time. Let's discuss Tail End. This is a very heavy-hitting tank buster that occurs fairly frequently, so you'll need a well-defined cooldown and immunity rotation. First off,
sorry, that was gross.
Recenter and begin his first movement tell combo. This attack will always be a flip-spin combo, signaling the X-shaped AoE is incoming. All players will need to immediately move to their respective safe zones as soon as the second flip animation begins. Getting hit by this attack will deal high damage and place a stacking vulnerability up debuff on you. Next, the boss will spin and then a player will be marked for Morn. All players but the main tank will need to stack together to share that damage. Throw up some cooldowns, shield, and heal through the damage. After the last hit of Morn, the boss will finalize his tell combo with another spin, indicating that the point-blank AoE is incoming. All players must immediately move out of melee range to avoid this. The boss will then target the main tank for another tank buster. In our group, we like to tank swap here to allow us to stretch our tank cooldowns a little bit further before the mechanics keep us from doing so. Next, the boss will spin and then mark up every single player with Earthshakers. To ensure proper spread, we have each player assigned to a cardinal and intercardinal point around the boss. The boss will then either cast another spin or flip. If it's a spin, players need to get out of melee range. If it's a flip, players need to stay inside his hitbox. Regardless of whether you need to go in or out, all players need to ensure they remain spread in their assigned spots, since the Earthshaker damage will be going off at the same time. The next combo begins with a flip. Cooldown through another tank buster, and then 4 players will be marked for the circle thunderstorm markers while the boss either flips or spins. Players will need to run to their assigned corner or cardinal spots to dodge this, and also spread the thunderstorm markers to avoid overlap. Time Immemorial will apply 1 of 2 debuffs on both tanks. Before the actual cast goes off, the tanks can see what debuff they will receive by the color of the swirls around them. Yellow will apply death from below, while blue will apply death from above. This debuff limits what each tank can actively tank to either a flying mob or a walking mob. Tanking the wrong thing will cause the enemy auto attacks to apply a doom debuff on the tank, eventually killing them. This debuff will determine which tank will be tanking what in the following phases. Since Midgard is currently flying, if the active tank gets targeted for a death from above, a tank swap is necessary at this time. This is followed by another tank buster. For the next combo, the boss will begin with a spin. Northern Cross will then apply thin ice all over the platform, and players must be very careful to control their movement. The boss will then flip or spin. If he's flipping, players will stay inside his hitbox. If he spins, players will need to slide their characters out of melee range. Immediately after, 2 players will be targeted for ice puddles. These players can slide to a safe spot to drop these off so that the resultant growing puddles don't get in the way of the raid. The boss will then cast Akral, targeting the ground under 2 damage dealers for massive damage. All players will need to make sure they move out of this as quickly as possible. For the next combo, the boss will begin with a spin. Here, all players will be targeted by circle AoE attacks, and I would recommend stacking up to bait these in a controlled manner. As soon as these circle telegraphs appear, the boss will either spin or flip. If he flips, players need to dodge out of these ground circle AoEs while staying inside his hitbox. If he spins, players will need to dodge out of the ground circle AoEs out of melee range. Remember that the ice puddles are still actively growing during this time, so be careful not to step into them as you dodge. 2 more auto attacks will occur before the boss flies away and the add phase begins. The ancient dragon in this phase is a walking dragon, so the tank that was actively tanking the boss with the death from below debuff cannot tank the ancient dragon without dying. Since the boss transfers all of his enmity to the ancient dragon, the tank with death from above must provoke right before the boss disappears or as soon as the ancient dragon spawns. In this phase, a number of immortal keys will spawn around the platform. These will either be tethered to another key or tethered to both a key and the ancient dragon, rendering it immune. Players will have to work their way through these keys, destroying the single tethered keys first until all the keys are destroyed and the ancient dragon becomes vulnerable to damage. The boss is charging up his Aether Gauge during this time, and you have until 100 to destroy the ancient dragon or you will wipe. The dragon itself will cast a spicy frontal cone and an AoE blast. The active tank can pop some cooldowns here as necessary. As the ancient dragon dies, it will cast Dark Wave, a point-blank AoE attack that players should move out of. It will also drop a circle on the ground that will apply the Arcane Bulwark buff on anyone that steps inside of it. This bulwark will transfer to a player if they are too close, rendering the previous player immune to its effects. The bulwark will be used to negate the damage of certain lethal mechanics in the upcoming phase, so make sure that it's not prematurely passed around. In our group, we assign 1 player to grab it every time. At this time, the boss will cast Protostar and transition into the next phase. The group will need to cool down, shield, and heal through that damage. We stack in the center and wait for Midgard Summer to appear somewhere on the edge. He will soon dive bomb across the half of the platform in a straight line in front of him. At the same time, ground AoE circles will form under every player, and certain players will be marked for incoming thunderstorm AoEs. Stacking in the center allows us to bait the first set of AoE circles in an organized manner. Players can then dodge to the safe side of the platform while also spreading out their thunder markers to avoid overlap. Once these AoEs resolve, everyone returns to the center and waits for another set of AoEs and 1 more boss dive bomb to manage. Keep in mind that while dodging all of this, players will need to be very careful not to get too close to the player assigned to carry the bulwark. After the second dive bomb set completes, the boss will return to the platform. This time, he is walking on the ground. He will immediately cast Time Immemorial, reapplying the debuffs on the tanks. Remember that if the active tank gets death from below, a tank swap will be necessary. At this point, we have the player with the bulwark position themselves on the boss's side. Next, a random player will be targeted with this orange marker. This player will need to run to the off tank and take the bulwark from them. This marker indicates that they will be targeted by a massive and incredibly lethal Crimson Breath. breath. The only way to survive this mechanic is to grab the arcane bulwark and take the breath alone on the side of the boss. 4 players will be targeted for this crimson breath in a row, and each one will need to run to the arcane bulwark player to take the buff, while the previous player runs back to safety since they are left defenseless. After 4 hits of crimson breath, the arcane bulwark will turn into a crumbling bulwark, and its powers of immunity will become limited. The boss will then summon 3 sets of orbs diagonally across the platform. These will first spawn in the center, then a corner, and finally the opposite corner. For those of you who remember the Nidhogg encounter, this is the exact same mechanic. Each orb in each set will explode in massive line AoEs in the order that they spawned in. At the same time, a player will be tethered to the boss, indicating that they will be the target for the incoming hot tail, which will deal highly lethal damage in a straight line across the platform from the boss to the tethered player. Since this player can move around, they can essentially control where hot tail is cast. You'll use this to your advantage to ensure the safety of the rest of the raid. The last player to receive the arcane bulwark, which is now a crumbling bulwark, will be in charge of the hot tail tether. Without the crumbling bulwark, the tethered player will die. Let's take this part slow. The 3 sets of orbs will appear on the platform. The group will need to move to the corner of the last set of orbs to spawn and stack together to bait the incoming Horrid Roar AoE circles. As you position for this, the crumbling bulwark player can grab the tether and move away from the group while still being in the safe corner. Horrid Roar AoEs will come out and players will need to dodge them while still staying within the safety of that corner while the center orbs explode. Once those center orbs explode, players can move to position themselves in the safe spot out of the way of the last corner orb explosions. The hot tail tether player will then position themselves in a way that keeps hot tail from cleaving the group. The damage from hot tail will also remove the last of the bulwark on the affected player. There are a number of ways to do this, with varying levels of difficulty and uptime management, so do what works best for your group. At this point, Midgard Summer will fly away and appear somewhere on the edge again for another dive bomb. At the same time, Exaflares will begin to spawn on one of the edges and players will be targeted for the ground circle AoEs. To handle this, players must first move out of the AoE circles to the safe side of the platform and identify where the Exaflares are coming from. Staying together here and dipping behind moving Exaflares is an easy way to handle this. The boss will reappear for a second dive bomb and more AoE circles will appear under players. Dodge these in the same manner. Finally, the boss will return to the platform and you'll notice that he's back to flying. Make sure the tank with death from below is actively tanking during this time. He'll start off with another tail end tank buster. Don't forget those cooldowns. Next, a player will be targeted for Akmorn and the group will again stack to share that damage. Immediately after, all players will be targeted for ground circle AoEs and have thunderstorms above their head. Players will need to dodge out of the circle AoEs and spread out their thunders to avoid overlap. Here, the boss will start another combo with a flip. Another tank buster will target the main tank, and then 4 players will be marked for thunderstorm while the boss either spins or flips. Dodge to your assigned safe zone to avoid this and easily spread out those thunders. Next up, another time immemorial will reapply the debuffs on the tanks. If the active tank gets targeted for death from above, make sure you tank swap. Next up, 2 players will be marked for ice puddles and a round of Exaflares will spawn on one of the edges. In our group, we prefer that the ice puddle players drop their ice puddles on the edge opposite to the Exaflare spawn. The group will then move to the edge that is spawning the Exaflares and dip in behind one of the moving Exaflares. A player will be targeted for Akmorn here, and you want to stack in a guaranteed safe spot to share all of that damage. Eventually, the boss will return to the center and start another combo with a flip. Northern Cross will render the platform slippery again, so players will need to be ready to control their movement. 4 players will be targeted for Thunderstorm again, while the boss either flips or spins. Have players slide out to their appropriate safe spots to easily avoid overlapping thunders. Another set of Horrid Roar circle AoEs will appear under the players before the platform returns to normal. Make sure you slide out of these as necessary. Next up, Akral will target the ground under damage dealers again. Move out of these to reduce damage. Another tank buster, and then the boss begins another combo with a spin. Yet another tank buster to cool down through, and all players will be marked up for Earthshakers while the boss either spins or flips. Make sure to either move in or out while maintaining your assigned Earthshaker position.
That's something in my throat.
Time immemorial will again reapply the tank debuffs, and a tank swap may be necessary. Next up, 2 players will be marked for ice puddles, and another round of Exaflares will begin to spawn on one of the edges. The group will again move to where the Exaflares are spawning and dip in together behind one of the moving ones in preparation for another Akmorn. Stack up to share that damage. This last combo leads into the Enrage with an Akmorn that does an insane amount of damage. You may be able to survive for a little longer with tons of mitigation and healing, but eventually he will cast a hard Enrage and you will die. If you have any questions or comments, please let me know. Up next, we'll head into AlphaScape version 3.0 Savage.
So on paper, that just looks like a bunch of shit. But I feel like there's only a few things you need to know, and the rest you can kind of just adapt on the fly. The main thing was the flips and the spins, and then obviously as a tank, being able to deal with the debuffs, knowing when to provoke and stuff. This little tickle in my throat is killing me. Killing me.
This time she wasn't calling for more violence.
How did I switch? Oh, okay. I really don't like this comparatively. I really don't. Yeah, no, right. I definitely need help with stuff like that. So by any means, anytime you
I don't know. We'll see how long it takes.
examine magazine.
Trashy magazines and pretty trashy people. I just hoped I could keep them out of...
I'm still learning this game. Once I get a good feel for it, I'm going to buy this deck I'm playing with now. And we'll go dominate some local tourneys, man.
That was cool. Saving women, this game sucks. Yeah, what the fuck? I could be playing Metro and y'all wanted me to save women?
Hey, you need a hand? No, you?
This guy's the bad guy, by the way.
I don't know, man.
I need to turn subtitles on, too.
Thanks. Somebody's gotta go find him.
Actually.
Está tudo sob controle agora.
Oh, she's hot. Oh, that was smooth.
I imagine the elevator doors opening to a firing squad of muzzles. As far as I could see it, the one thing my plan had going was that no one else would be stupid enough to pull this move.
Okay.
Okay, that's not loading. The party I'm in seems to, not that I have an issue with it, seems to be a bunch of gay men. They're all horned up. They're all horned up. I can only tell you you're good at this game. 100 times before, I want to throttle you. Oh, okay. They were talking about gay cowboys earlier or something. I don't know. I've been using this mostly inefficiently. We'll keep. He's using the most powerful meta deck available. Dawn. Ding dong, ding dong. See, I don't know. I guess this guy's more for these abilities than anything. Not going to have access to 7 Dawn for a minute, so we'll get rid of him. Oh, it's a stage, my bad. Hey, I won! Left. I was taking too long, I think. I was taking too long, all right, man? Calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. Try 2 weeks for $0. I don't use Discord very often. So no reason for me to really do that. Not yet, anyway. That shit's taking too long. By the time we find a full party, I'm only going to have like an hour. What is this? Whoopsie. So we'll play this for a minute. I want to get into this. I want to learn a bit. Learn a little bit. To tell you the truth, oops my pants. I don't think there's an option on Kick for the trading card game. Day of the truth. Let me change this other category. Speak the truth. Oops. Dun 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 dun. Bam 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 bam. And I am trash at this so far, so don't expect much. I'm just learning. This is like literally day 2. Last guy left because I was taking so long. Keep it. It's a cute little Perona. Pretty fucking annoying character. Jordan. Diddy don don dee. Character causes two more have this listed data type. It's good to know. Let's go ahead and play this fucking little bitch. So I can't attack unless it's in their ability. And none of these I think I really want to. Shakul and Ronoa side by side. The fuck is he already attacking me? I have no blocker. Hit for 1 damage. So I always take 1 damage even if they have the same shit. He costs 1 less. No trigger effect. Excuse me. Let's do deploy. Your leader, as they move up to 1 of your leader character cards, gains 4,000 points during this battle, so I don't want to use that yet. Give them there. The other one is really good. It's called Empty Throne. Dun dun dun. Probably should have used this and beefed him up a little bit. He's about to kill me, I think. attack was 0. It was nice to find someone nice and willing to talk it out. Because it seems like with this emu deck, it's extremely hard to survive. I'm not getting cards out quick enough, or enough cards out there to protect myself. And I have less life than the usual leader would. You may rest this stage and 3 of your Dawn cards. Play up to 1 black, 5 Elder type characters with cost equal to the 2 or less than the total number of Dawn cards on your field from your hand. Okay. So I don't think I can attack him on turn 1. I don't have any... I guess I can put Shira Hoshi out there. Opponent has 6 or more cards in their hand. Your opponent discards 1 card. Noah. Zoro seems to be a popular character, as he very well should be. Kuzuki Hiyori. I got someone! I did it! This leader has battled your opponent's character during this turn, so this leader is active, and then this card cannot attack characters with an original cost of 7 or less during this turn. So if he has 3 Dawn and he can attack 3 times. Counter. Let's get this guy. How do I don't want to take this Dawn back. I've not been able to successfully get these fuckers on the field. And it's kind of hard for me learning this way because I'm such a visual, you know, like in person I'd be able to should have used that trigger effect. Is there any way trash the rest? Oh, it's just a stage. I keep on fucking that up. Attack fails. Still don't really know how to use this counter. But once I learn a little more, I'll be able to maybe adjust this deck a little bit to where it's a little more defensive. Like I'm starting to get the hang of it, maybe. I'll go second. I think I'm supposed to go second. Well, that's not good. And nothing. Make sure I'm using this. Action, 3 rest, play 1 black, 5 elder card in it. Okay. There's a young gop. One of my favorite characters. Play up to one black elder type character with a cost equal to or less than the total number of Dawn cards on your field. These cards almost seem useless. I haven't run into a deck KO base cost 6 or less. He's not a blocker, so it doesn't really matter. I can't remember. It might be. What the fuck do I use this? I don't know. You'll have to look upstairs. I can't remember if I left it up here or not. I thought I had it downstairs. Yeah, I'll grab it. Already big spider making web on the back porch. Spraying this weekend. Okay. Got 8. Marco. He's got fucking white beard out there. This should be the end of the match. Like a touchdown. No blocker. Maybe let's watch a guide here.
On our 10 dawn turns, so you want to run as many as you can to increase your odds of finding them. You then run one copy of both of these stages. You don't need any more since you get to start the game with one, but you want the options in case you have that mirror matchup. And so with our starting base, we already have 42 cards, but that gives us 8 cards that we have a little flexibility with, and you can fill with either 2k counters, more counter events, or some blockers. 5 dawn to the top or bottom.
Let's watch him play a match. Let's see if we learn anything.
One day, you're gonna miss this.
Of your life. Now this doesn't change our game plan, forcing 3 cards out of your opponent's hand.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
This effect is only once per turn, so while picking up life does suck, if you can do so at the cost of removing 2 or more characters, it's worth it. This is also why protecting your own life is important, because hopefully at this time you're still at 4 life, so even though you just lost 1, you just still have 3 and have some wiggle room to make it to 10 dawn. With the general game plan out of the way, let's get into this game and I'll explain my thought process on every turn. And apologies, the recording started a little late, but I kept my starting hand as I have both the 1-cost Searcher and a Saturn. My opponent starts with a 1-cost Sengoku, allowing him to search the top 5 cards for a Warlord card, and he adds the 9-cost Boa to his hand. I then start my turn, picking up a Shirahoshi, and then activate my Searcher, looking at the top 3, and I decide to add a Warkery since I already have a Jupiter in my hand, and I'm fine with no...
Hold on. Searcher. Wasn't it this card? Why do you call it Searcher? 3 cards from the top of your deck reveal up to 1 Celestial Dragon type card other than the 5 Elders that are at your service. Add it to your hand and trash the rest. So I know I want to get as much shit in the trash as I can.
No Stro going into the trash. Now, I could activate my leader ability here, but I actually like all the cards I currently have in my hand, and I'm not too worried about Boa having any card that kind of bounces one of my characters back just yet, so I decide to pass and see what they do. They start their turn by playing the 2-cost Hiroi, who on play allows you to pick up either the top or bottom of your life, and then add a card from your hand to the top or bottom of your life. Now this doesn't change our game plan, we weren't going to attack anyways, but now we know that their 4th life is likely a Gorgon Sisters or some other powerful trigger. They then swing 6k at our life, and we discard a Sure Hoshi 2k to counter. We then start our 4-Dawn turn, and we actually top deck a Mars, so this could be great on the following turn, but for now we're going to drop down Saturn and use a searching ability. Unfortunately, we don't find any counter events, but we do find a Workery, so we're just going to add them to our hand and then use our leader ability to find another card, which is the 1-cost Searcher. Now as I mentioned before, it can be useful to bluff a counter event, but the fact that I have this 1-cost Searcher and we're playing against Boa, who wants to develop her board, so she's likely going to play a 4 or 5-cost character rather than swinging, 8k at us next turn, I think it made sense to activate and look for another card in our hand. We still don't find a counter event, but at least we have a cheap blocker that we could play down next turn. Our opponent then starts their turn by dropping down another Sengoku, a great searcher as they can find the 4-cost Boa for this turn or the 6-cost Kuma for the following turn. They then add the 4-cost Boa to their hand, which we likely will see here.
These guys are talking way too fast.
Before dawn, you can play it down, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, rearrange them in any order or place them on the bottom of your deck, and give 1 rested dawn to your leader to bring your leader ability online. They then swing 6k at us once again, which we counter with a 2k. I think this is also why we have a general set of guidelines, and then we have what actually happens in the game. As I just told you a second ago, it's not worth removing one of your opponent's characters if you can only remove 1, and you want to wait to do 2 or more. But my thought process was, at 3 Dawn, they did not develop a character and instead added to their life, so right now they only have 1 character on board that could threaten me with an attack on the following turn. But this Boa is kind of another exception to that rule, because since she is a blocker, any attack I do when I start to get aggressive, they can just block and force me to pick up one of my own life. So in my head, at later turns, they can use this character to both negate one of my attacks and also force me to
He's almost, it might as well be calculus at this point.
pick up one of my life. But if I remove it right now, I can get rid of it, still pick up that life, but at least they won't negate any of my attacks. And I'm very healthy right now at 4 life, so even if going down to 3, I'm not really concerned just yet. So I decide to pull the trigger, activating my effect, discarding a 10 Elders, because as I mentioned before, when we get aggressive, we take life very quickly, and I don't think this game will go beyond 1 or 2 Elders, so I don't need to keep all of them in my hand, and I want to keep as much counter as I can. And since I had some extra Dawn, I just dropped down St. Charles to establish another early blocker. My opponent then drops down the 6-cost Kuma, discarding 1 card to add 1
Charlos, you piece of shit!
Of his life. And this might be a random card with no trigger, but since he played Boa on the turn before, he was able to rearrange his life, so this could be another trigger rating to spring. He then swings 6k, and while I do have 2 blockers, I'm trying to be as efficient as possible, and I want to stop 7k or higher swings with my blockers, since I can just use 1 2k counter to negate it instead. We are now at 8 Dawn, and we can start to get aggressive, as we can play both the Jupiter and Workery onto the field. Turning our existing Elders into 7k powered characters, while also developing another blocker that will draw us a card on KO. And now we have 3 potential attacks that we could lay into our opponent, but it's time to ask that question: are we okay with Gorgon Sisters? To start, our opponent has 2 offensive threats for the next turn, their 5k powered leader, as well as the 7k powered Kuma. It's also important to note, our hand is full of bricks right now, so we have 0 counter outside of the blockers we have on the field. But even if I were to take a life right now and a Gorgon Sisters came out, I would have 1 blocker for every offensive threat my opponent has on the following turn. And while I'm currently at 3 life, it's safe to assume I will be going down to 2 life once my opponent plays their 9-cost Boa at 9 Dawn on the next turn. So with all that considered, I feel comfortable taking a life right now, because even if it spawns another character, I still feel like I'm going to be able to protect my life. Boa actually decides to counter out of this, and you might wonder why, but I could theoretically swing 7k and 7k after this, and I think she doesn't want to go down to 2 life just yet, as I could do an all-in on the following turn. But with that attack being blocked, I'm comfortable swinging with my Saturn, as nothing has changed. I will still have 3 blockers active, even if this spawns a card. So we swing 7k at life, they take the hit, and it actually doesn't get a trigger, so a big win for us. This also changes my game plan a little bit. Since it didn't hit a trigger, I'm more comfortable getting a little aggressive and resting one of my blockers, since again, even if we get a trigger, I'll be able to stop 2 attacks, and worst case scenario, I'm only going down to 2 life. So I swing 7k with Mars, and this gets the card he planned at the beginning of the game, which, as we expected, was Gorgon Sisters. But we have got our opponent down to 3 life, so on the following turn, even after these multiple blocks, we're going to be able to threaten him with a lot of big swings. He then begins his 9 Dawn turn, and we expect to see that 9-cost Boa he added to his hand at the start of the match, which he does drop down, adding 1 life from the top of his deck to the top of his life, and forcing us to pick up a card, which unfortunately is another non-counter card, so we have 0 counter in our hand right now. So depending on what we draw with our Warcry blocker, our opponent might be able to force us down to 1 life. The good news is 1 life is still relatively safe, because even if he plays another 9-cost Boa, he won't have enough.
I get what he's saying as far as the strategy, but
to finish this thing off. He then activates Gorgon Sisters
I'm still struggling
Pirates or Amazon Lily type
as far as
Dawn to all of his leaders and characters. It's very important
because all the matches I played, I usually die before I can get any of this shit going.
our opponent's hands are bricks. They start with a 6k attack, and we decide to block with St. Charles since we don't have any counter in our hands. He follows up with an 8k swing from Kuma, and we're going to block this with our Warcry and draw 1 card, which is a 1-cost Shalria. This is also where we see the value of bluffing. Our opponent figured we had a counter event in our hand, so even if they swung with Gorgon Sisters, we would just counter out, and then we'd be—
I don't understand how to use the counters.
And because Gorgon Sisters add so much value, they didn't want to risk that, so they decided not to attack at all, which actually allows us to kind of cheat a little bit and stay at 2 life. And we just did a quick fact check to ensure all of our elders are either in the trash or on the field, and after confirming that, it's time to get aggressive and start swinging 7k.
Okay, so not all of them have to be in the trash.
Is going to be a trigger, and whether or not we're comfortable with that, but since we're going to be establishing the 5 elders, getting 2 blockers on the field, and hopefully some other counter events, we're going to be comfortable even if they get a wide board. Our first attack is no trigger, a huge win for us, and we follow it with another 7k, which does hit a trigger, and they get a Marguerite, allowing them to search top 5 cards of their deck, add 1 card to their hand, draw a card through their leader ability, and then discard 1 card. They also pick up the 2-cost event, so we know if they get us down to 0 life, they can attach us to one of their characters and swing 20k unblockable. And right here, once again, we start thinking about, are we comfortable with another character getting played out? They're currently at 4 on the board, and 2 of them of substantial power, with a 7-cost Kuma and 10-cost Boa, which means in theory, they could drop down another 9-cost Boa, bring us down to 1 life, and then activate Gorgon Sisters effect. But even in that event, we're still going to be at 1 life, we'll have 2 blockers on the field, and I'm leaving up all my Dawn here with many searches in my hand, so there's very good chance that I'm going to find some never existed or some—
Okay. Let's check out what this guy has to say, and then we'll play another one.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze mattress, and it's designed.
I'm confused. I have to leave Unrested Dawn if I want to use my counters.
Hey everyone, welcome in. I'm Captivate, and we are
What I'm gathering.
in OP14. I'm going to be going over some of the matchups and then playing some games high rank into the OP14 leaders. I'm sitting right around top 100 right now, so that's where the games are.
We lost our lurkers, so I might as well go pee.
They're going to be played at. The deck list really doesn't change too much from last set. The only thing that the deck does get is Ground Death, which is originally made for Crocodile, but it has the effect, you may risk 2 of your Dawn cards, negate the effect of up to 1 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 5 or less during this turn. So what that allows us to do is turn off the effects of something like a 5-cost Virgo in Purple Doflamingo, because that Virgo is going to be able to protect their characters. So you can just Ground Death the Virgo.
Was noted. Months ago.
and then Mars it so that it can't protect anything, and then you're able to KO their 5-cost characters. Also comes up fairly often in the mirror, where you just ground death their Warcry, and then they lose the block, obviously, and then they also don't get the draw because the
like the only thing. So he has a couple different.
the effect of the Warcry gets completely negated. Outside of that, we increase the count of I'm losing my edge. This is really, really good into all of the yellow decks currently, because there's honestly a lot more. Almost every deck in the game just wants to poke you for 5 to try and get as many cards out of your hand. So as long as you see one of your searchers in the early game, then you'll be at 10 fairly quickly, and then this allows us to just not lose any cards in our hand to get out of those 5k swings. Did really, really good there. So playing this at 3, you could go 4 ground death, 2 losing my edge, 3-3. That's what I'm playing at the moment. I think you could play around with the ratios. And then the Shirahoshi was obviously a staple last set, and we did cut down a little bit on these just because we do now run 9 cards that are not searchable with either the search event or the Shalria. And because these only search 3, you're right on the cusp of the numbers. Total number that I have, I don't remember exactly how many I have, but I think it's around 95% to hit on the top 3. So you could decrease one of these Shirahoshis for one more Miosguard if you just want to increase the search counts for these 2 cards. But as it is, I think it's okay. And Shirahoshi comes up quite a lot, specifically into something like Mihawk if they don't see their searcher. Just being able to nickel and dime cards out of them is really, really good, because ultimately we do just want to get as many cards out of their hand as possible in the matchup. So I am going to be doing a little bit more of a deep dive into this leader in the near future, but I hope you all enjoyed the gameplay today. And as always, if you do enjoy the video, name. Let's just get rid of a Peter here, and then we'll go ahead and pass.
Get Nancy. Let's go for it. Good night. Love you. um I think next turn I should be able to get this out with my stage. It's the thing, I don't know what decides if you draw 1 or 2. I don't understand how to counter. Carrot. Little minxy girl. Like we're doing a little better. Okay, that's how I use them. I think we're finally starting to get the hang of it a little bit. I feel like half the game is not knowing your own deck, it's knowing the decks you're playing against. Time. Okay. Really need to change my setup. Got a little 11k shanks. With 3 cards in top of your deck, fill up to 1. I don't want to keep the counters for late game. It looks like I really need to get this guy out in the field. So I can power buff junction counter. $6,000 increase. I think we did much better on that one though. Hold on. TikTok shit keeps on giving me trouble. Visibility looks fine to me. Damn. Maybe that's why people aren't watching. Damn. Maybe that's why people aren't watching. Damn. Maybe that's why people aren't watching. God. No, no, no. You can fucking hear my computer in the back. So let's mess with that. I've tried fixing that, but it doesn't fucking work. And hear the music. It won't let me use my third-party software through TikTok. Okay, I think we got it now. So helped a little bit. Still picking up my mouse clicks. But TikTok kind of fucking sucks. At least we got the computer humming. Taken care of. That would be maybe the issue why no one stays. Still getting the clicks, but this pisses me off. Why would no one tell me that? Because it's my fault ultimately. I probably need to make this text slightly different purple color. And that didn't work either. Okay. Never will mess with them. Let's take what we learned from the last one and we'll do another match. Shall keep, I guess? I don't see the point of these cards. I'm using this. It seems like this is the meta, so why would the fuck you... I guess just in case someone destroys my stage. Go ahead and trash one. Glorioso. Why was I able to do that? I discarded Shirahoshi. Gave me plus 2k. Good to know. A nice looking Marguerite. Come on, broski. I was the one that had it in my turn. So, don't have a blocker. I'll do no blocker, and I can counter. Trigger effect. Not one. I think I have to. Blocker. Do this. The counter. Stage. The requirement for we got 3 counters. As far as I know, we're looking good. Attack fails. I hit her for 1 damage. Anything else I can do? Boa, big titty boa. So I can't use them as a blocker. I don't have the Dawn. I see. Play our buddy here. You have to save at least 2 Dawn. I don't know how I undo that. Attack failed. I think I'm good. I might. I saved the 2 counters, I guess. Save enough for the 2 counters. Got 2 blockers, 2 counters. We should, if we make it this last round here, we might be able to survive. Snick a snack. The Lunarian clone. Made in Boa's image, I believe. Isn't it Boa? Always the snick a snack. No blocker. Booze, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Oh, it was 10 more cards, but I have 10. Your 5 Elder type characters' base power becomes 7. So I don't know why I can use Shirahoshi. The block keyword is a built-in ability. The official card text for Shirahoshi says, you can only activate one blocker per battle. You don't have to activate a blocker if you choose not. Do one more. Your 5 Luffy. 2 more Dawn cards. Deck place. Set up Dawn. Roll. I think I have to. Okay, that works. Counter, counter, counter. I don't see what says that I can use. I don't think there's really any reason for me to play these guys. I can play Charlos. Is that Might as well try to attack. Him for 1 damage. He's got 4 life as well. Gotta ruin Noah. No blocker. I can... Oh, so it says counter plus 2,000, so I can use any of these fucks. I see, I see. That's why I keep them in my hand. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Okay. Got 5 Dawn, 2 counters. I think what I want to do. Go ahead. I'm fine with 7. Let's go ahead and get this guy out there. Use his ability. Reveal it to 1 type card and add it to your hand, and the rest of the bottom of your deck in any order. Do I want another counter, or do I want an Elder? I think I'll take an Elder. Put the counter up front. What we'll do... Yeah, okay, I don't... Let's have the 1 Dawn. Blocker, I'll be able to use him as a blocker. I think I want to keep all these. So we'll just attack and we'll see what happens. Attack failed. Okay, I think I should be safe. I wish it said like how much it doesn't tell you how much life you have. 7K Luffy. Dawn -2, you may return. Douchebag Charlos. And I have a plus 2K counter if I need it. And I still have my other counter. No blocker. We're good. What? Oh, I forgot if it's the same. You still take a damage. Use trigger effect. Activate this area. Guess we can use it. I'll keep that guy, trash the rest. I don't know if he can attack again, but I do have this counter card. I should have used that for the first one. That's 7. I can get this guy out there. Save these. I should have enough after. Get him out there. Go ahead and just get rid of this wall. Go ahead and deploy Charlie out there for the block. Leave 2 left for the counter. So I don't know if I need the Dom. On the character to attack or not. Hit for 1 damage. Oh wait. Attack fails. Got rid of that guy. Blocker. Use this guy. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. Why Shirahoshi's so good to have in your hand. Block. I can survive next round. Might be able to beat him now. Attack fails. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna survive. We'll see what happens. We're still learning here. We're still learning. I don't think I'll be able to survive this. And I think I would have won next round. Hello? All right, I gotta go feed my son. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to the VOD watchers, the lurkers, my friend Kendrick. I appreciate you. We'll see you.